garbage. The rest of it later.
Hey LeMay, hey Naberu. Okay. Let me just let people know that I'm live and we will get started. Oh, excuse me. Okay. Hey, LeMay. Yo, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the congratulations. I'm getting distracted. I went to go post that I'm live. And I got distracted because of how I am. Okay. Okay. All right. Now let me get my model booted up. I finally posted that I'm live on places. And then now... Also, if you're watching on YouTube, please be sure to like the stream. It helps the algorithm with getting it out to more people. Helps the channel grow and is really awesome. Okay. Alrighty. Model. That's how I was booting up my model. Okay. Ba, 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 ba. Oh. Oh, great. I got followed. I got responded to. My going live notification got responded to by a GFX bot. I'll just very gently say no thank you. Okay. Alright. Anyway, let's get to it. Alright, let me open... Office writer. What's happening with my... Why is this being weird? Alright. Got that booted up. Okay, where did I save? Did I not make a folder? Hold on. Oh, I didn't make a folder for it. That's why. Okay. Okay. Trying to find my notes, and I couldn't find my notes. I was like, where'd my notes go? Where did my notes go, chat? Where did my notes go? Okay, there we go. Now let me get... where is it? Copy. Just gonna move this over to this so I know where the folder is. There we go. Cool. All right. We got everything situated here in just a second, and we'll get rolling. Oh my gosh, it's almost 9 o'clock and I've been on the starting soon screen for 30 minutes! Oh goodness. Okay. Well, they responded, so I guess they're not a bot. They're just someone... someone trying to make money. Okay. Okay. Models up, that's up. And okay, cool. Okay. All right. Let's get to the just chatting screen. Hello, everybody. Oh my gosh, it's been so long. Didn't have the stream on Friday. I hope you all didn't miss me too much going a Friday without me. With it being the whole thing with the Freaky Friday. I hope some of you showed up for the Freaky Friday stream. That's not the button I want. There we go. Okay. It's good to see all of you here. Sorry that took so long. I got distracted. I am an absolute mess. So how was everybody's weekend? How was everybody's weekend? You were fine? That's good. Felt long? Yeah, I know, with not seeing you all on Friday. Okay. Yeah, so Friday had the whole Freaky Friday thing. I didn't win. I didn't win, but it's okay. It was still a fun experience getting a chance to write, and now I can officially say I'm a published author because my writing has been published in an anthology. And that's been interesting. It's definitely been an interesting experience with that and the editing process and seeing how this stuff came together and getting the reviews and all of that stuff. I think was very interesting. Also, I started reading a couple newer games. I talked about wanting to get the Mecha Hack, and one of my friends bought it for me. And reading through the Mecha Hack is really interesting. It's a very rules light, very interesting system for running a mecha game, which is neat. And I had this funny thing reading through it this weekend, right? So the Mecha Hack is a rules light OSR, so original old school Renaissance style game. So it is based on like old school D&D kind of mechanics, but it's very lightly OSR flavored, right? Very lightly OSR flavored. But it's still extremely rules light and very versatile. So it's interesting reading that, right? And someone on Blue Sky mentioned something when I was looking on the TTRPG thing. Someone said that they ran a game of Armor Aster Advent, and I was like, why does that sound familiar? Why does that sound familiar? And I remember it's a mech PBTA game, and I had read the the demo of it, and it had been really interesting. And I'd gotten a full copy through the community copies thing, because they put some community copies up a while back, and I managed to get one. And it was like a few months ago, and I hadn't fully read through it. So I was like, oh, you know, this is interesting. Let me go back and read through this game. And so anyone who knows about the TTRPG scene knows that, like, PBTA games are known for being rules light, very easy to learn, very limited mechanics, very narrative driven, right? You only roll dice if you absolutely have to. So much of it is about storytelling, right? So I read Armor Aster Advent, and it has so many mechanics. It is really interesting. It's got all of these mechanics, and it's got all of these like moving pieces. And it was just really funny that like the D&D style game was more rules light than the PBTA game that I was reading this weekend. Which was really interesting. But I'll be darned if Armor Aster Advent didn't seem like a really interesting game to run. Like, holy cow. Like, it does something that I don't think I've seen games do. So a lot of times, a game will have some kind of like a theme, like you're fighting as plucky adventurers traveling across the country, or you're running missions. You're doing shadow runs in Shadowrun, like you're striking back against the powers that be, right? But normally there's like only so much that your characters really affect in the bigger scheme of things, right? And there's a lot of like work and a lot of stuff that happens in order to lead to your characters actually making a difference, right? And in Armor Aster Advent, there is this thing where it has a faction game, but the players participate in the faction game. It's not just something that the game master does behind the scenes. For those of you who don't know, a faction game is, at least I think that's what they're called. That's what I've seen them called. It's a thing where you have these kind of gamified mechanics for representing all the different factions and organizations and powers that are going in the game world. And then usually in a faction game, the game master will decide who is conflicting with who between missions, and it'll be decided sometimes with like comparing the strengths of the individual. Like there usually be some kind of like numerical ranks of the strengths of the different organizations, or you'll be rolling dice in order to determine who wins, and then try to let things unfold in unexpected ways. Armor Aster Advent does this thing where the faction game is called the conflict turn, and it is a thing that the players actively participate in. And the players actively participate in building the world. Like the players are, it's not just the players are controlling the good guys and the game masters controlling the bad guys. Like, depending on the situation, right? The players can step into one of the players will temporarily step into the position of the bad guys. And it's really interesting. Hey, Jesus. Yeah. It does this thing where, like, you'll have a certain number of players participating. Some of them will be on the side of the cause, which is like the good guys, the rebellion, and some of them will be representing the bad guys or the authority that you're all rebelling against, right? And you'll role play out a scenario between these two things, depending on these different factions and divisions. And whenever it comes down to a conflict, you roll dice. And it's this thing where things that the players do, it's all like connected in Armor Aster Advent. It's this thing where there's this step at the end of the so normally it's downtime, mission, and conflict. At the end of the downtime's turn or whatever, there's this thing called the plan and prepare move, which will determine what kind of opportunities the players will have to affect the greater narrative in the upcoming mission. Then in the mission, depending on the decisions of the players, it can strengthen or it can weaken some of the authority in order to make it more likely that the cause is successful. And it's just interesting. And there's these like gamified mechanics for determining when you win, when the cause is successful, when the authority crumbles. Which is also kind of funny. It has, like, how do I put it? It's a TTRPG that actually has a win condition, which is your players, the cause overthrows the authority. And it has, like, actual things that can happen to cause that to happen. That's cool, Jesus. So, that was interesting. And I don't know, I might run it sometime. It'll be interesting. It's a lot to ingest. And I would need people that were really into, like, doing some world building. And the thing is, Armor Aster Advent is not designed for one-shots. Like, to give you an idea how complex this game is, it's a PBTA game with 3 different ways to level up, with 3 different ways to earn advancements. There are 3 completely independent and separate mechanics for gaining an advancement. They use clocks and all kinds of stuff. And it does something also interesting that I haven't seen a game do before, especially not a mech game. Because normally, right, in a mech game, all the players are mech pilots. That's how that works, right? In Armor Aster Advent, it does this thing where half of the playbooks or the classes are mech pilots of different types, and the other half are support characters. And then it has this thing called the B plot, which is whenever the mech pilots deploy into a combat mission, right, the support characters can go on a secondary mission or a separate mission that's on foot that still somehow affects and influences the combat mission, but it allows them to achieve some other objective and use their skills in some other kind of way. That doesn't involve directly piloting a mech on the battlefield, which was really interesting. And but yeah, it was interesting reading through that book. It is. It looks complicated, but like, I feel like with the right group of people, like when I went looking to see if more people have covered, because it's been out for a while, right? I wanted to see if like more people had covered it, right? And I saw 11 Dragon Kid that's fair, Jesus. 11 Dragon Kid did a review of it like a year or two ago. Like, I think it was like a year ago. And I didn't see any like actual plays of it. And I'm like, this could be so fun for an actual play. But the thing is, you would have to like, for an actual play, you don't want it to like stretch into forever. So like there'd be some things that like, I don't know, Jesus. It's normally PBTA games are like really lightweight and you can kind of pick them up as you go. And like the other PBTA game I played is Monster of the Week, and that's designed to be really episodic, right? This is a game that is built for campaigns. It is built and intended to be played over a long campaign. There are ways that you can shorten it, but like, it's interesting. And the most interesting thing that I didn't realize is the demo that I'd skimmed through forever ago. They apparently have like the entire game in the demo just without the artwork. And I'm like, oh, that's really cool. That makes it really accessible. Armor Aster Advent. Okay. Okay. Oh, you're downloading again? You're downloading now? Okay. You got addicted to Dragon Ball again? Oh no! Not the Dragon Ball addiction. Hello, your girl True. Gonna be doing a writing stream. I'm just hanging out for a little bit before we get started. Planning to be doing an outlining stream. Tonight's plan is I'm gonna be outlining the novel that I want to write for November. But welcome in, your girl True. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you doing? How was your weekend? Mid? Oh. Well, it's better than it being bad, I guess. Yeah, I haven't seen any stuff about Dragon Ball Daima. Like, I heard it's like supposed to be something where like they get turned into kids or something. I'm like, I'm like, that smells like GT to me. No work. Oh goodness. Mm-hmm. Hey, Goldfish! Congrats on making the on winning the prize. Congrats, Goldfish. The power pole, most broken weapon in fiction. Sarcasm. All right, your girl True. Have a good night. It was great seeing you. I want you to know that I value having you here. You are a wonderful person, and you are always welcome in this community. Have yourself a wonderful night, your girl True. What is this? I was just scrolling Twitter real quick because because I have a problem, but Nabiru, you might know this because you keep up with a lot of this stuff. Apparently there's like some like horse girl in Uma Musume that like pilots a mech suit. Someone just posted about it on Twitter that like they're a crippled horse girl who pilots a mech suit on the track. And I'm like, what in the world? What in the world? Oh, one interesting thing, right? I've been active on both Blue Sky and Twitter, right? And I wanted to share something with you from the other day. Whoop. The number has grown since the other day, but my Blue Sky has reached over 600 followers, which is really interesting. So, yeah, it's really cool to see the growth. I think the starter kits and stuff really helped with that growth. Getting myself into some starter kits really helped with that growth. So it's been really interesting. It's been interesting over on Blue Sky. Like, not everything has been hunky-dory. There's been, like, some people trying to scam. I think I mentioned before about the guy who tried the Nigerian prince scam on me. And people trying to, like, hit me up for artist commissions. I try to share a lot of mutual aid posts. Because that's the right thing to do. But like I'm also sharing art and interacting with art stuff and just being active, posting on there. Which is cool. Oh my gosh, one thing that was really funny that I forgot to mention. I had a Lancer session this weekend, right? And I spent most of like I don't know. They shared pictures of it, Nabiru. I don't know if it's a new character or what, Nabiru. And hey, Noel Main, good to see you. Good to see you. So when I was running my Lancer session this weekend, right? To prep for the Lancer session, I spent like 8 hours figuring out stuff on Saturday to prep for the Sunday session, right? And like I prepared 2 possible missions that the players could go on. Right? Because I didn't want to just be leading them by the nose and saying, you're going on this mission, right? I wanted to create the opportunity where there were 2 fully fleshed out and prepared situations that the players could choose between. they could either, but then I realized when I was organizing it, right? The idea was going to be they either short rest and do mission A, or they long rest and do mission B, right? And then looking at the timing, I realized when I was planning this that because of the time it takes them to jump because of their blink drive they've developed for their ship, they could theoretically short rest, do mission A, short rest again, and then do mission B. And I'm like, that would be so rough for them, right? But I'm like, that's a possibility. So on Sunday, when I introduced the stuff, and then we had one of the players come back and kind of a quick introduction of the character, and then the plot hook for mission B, and everyone's like, okay, we're gonna go do that. And then I'm like, hold up. Because one of the players even messaged me, like, hey, did you tell them about the decision? Like, did we already decide to do this mission? I'm like, hold on, I'm getting to that. And I'm like, okay, so you know, because there's the time constraint. If you long rest and do that mission, then these people are going to get away. And they're like, we don't want these people to get away. So then I'm like, it's going to be rough. And they're like, let's do all of it. So the players chose the hard route of doing a short rest because they just finished a fight. So doing a short rest, mission A, which has 2 parts, and then short resting again, and then mission B. So it's going to be really intense. Where they're really gonna get pushed to their limits. Which will be really interesting to see how they handle this situation. Because there's only so many resources you can get back on a short rest versus a long rest. And they're not dealing with like exhaustion or anything like that. But yeah, it was just really funny. No short rests. Okay. Mm. Okay. Kind of. I was kind of in a point where like, yeah, it's kind of like that. Like the players are getting like, so in Lancer, instead of hit dice, you have these things called repairs, and different mech frames have different numbers of repairs, and you expend repairs to do things on a short rest, right? And a long rest is called a full repair. So, one of the players spent a repair to refill his HP. And I'm like, cool. And he's like, yeah, problem is I only have 4 repairs. So using one of my repairs to refill my HP is kind of brutal. You can also spend repairs in combat. It takes like an entire turn, but you can do stuff with that in combat. But it's just a whole thing with that. They're limited repairs. They have some things that are limited use systems. And there's this thing called overheat, where overcharge, where you can do what's called overcharge to get an extra action on your turn, but it means you generate extra heat. When you have too much heat, you take stress, which causes these debuffs and eventually causes your reactor to go critical. So the thing is that the more you overcharge, every time you overcharge, what you roll to determine how much heat you generate goes up, right? And that doesn't reset on short rests. That resets on a full repair, but it doesn't reset on short rests. So the more they overcharge to get that extra action, the more heat they're generating, and the spicier things are going to get. And it's gonna be brutal. Yeah. And it's really cool because one of the players in the Lancer game is an artist and will draw art of some of the characters and stuff in the game, which is really interesting. All right. It's been an hour. Let's get to the actual outlining that was promised with tonight's stream. That is what I promised with tonight's stream, wasn't it? Oh, we got an ad running. Once the ad finishes, we'll get right to it. Okay. Okay. Alrighty, let's get to it. Hold on 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay, let's get to it. Alrighty. Okay. So, let me... Francois! Thank you for the raid on the Twitch side. Welcome in. Welcome to tonight's stream. To all the people who just came in with Francois' stream, I am Oriansenshi. My friends call me Ori or Orion. Some even call me Senshi. I am a mech pilot VTuber. I do mostly recently I've been doing creative writing content. I cover different TTRPGs as well. I play some RPG video games every once in a while. I haven't done that in a long time. But right now, tonight, I'm working on outlining a novel that I want to write for November. And that's going to be my project that I'm going to be working on. It is great to have all of you here. I invite and encourage all of you to grab some of your own projects you want to work on, whether it be art, drawing, scripting, writing, doodling, cleaning, anything, and just listen to the lo-fi chill music. Share what you're working on in chat. I'll share what I'm working on, and we all can work on stuff together. All right, everybody? But welcome in. How was your stream, Francois? Let me give you a shout out. It's like you were playing Genshin Impact. You're playing some Genshin. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. Nice, 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 nice. Okay. Oh, okay. I don't know much about Genshin, but that's cool. I'm happy for you. Okay. Let me... That's not the button I want. Okay. Okay, so the outlining method that I use was developed by Katie Tastic. It's called the 27 chapter method. It breaks everything up into groups of threes. You've got 3 acts in the story. Each act is broken into 3 blocks. Each block is broken into 3 chapters. These chapters cover a very generic and open-ended design that carries you through a story, and I'm going to outline basic rough ideas for each chapter as we go through each one. And gonna just do this. So for those of you who don't know, this story that I'm working on for November is called Funlandeon. Might change some stuff about the title a little bit later. Basic plot is it is about a man who is a clown who gets essentially it's kind of like Ultraman, where he gets chosen by a spirit of light, except instead of becoming a giant, he summons a giant robot that's made of amusement park rides, and he uses that to fight monsters. So it's like Ultraman meets a mech kind of thing, and that kind of stuff. So. Oh, also, while I have everybody here, as a reminder, on Friday, gonna be doing, since it's the first Friday of the month, going to be doing, whatchamacallit, Raft stream from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. on Friday. My stream on Friday, which will probably be starting my writing, will be starting at 9:30 p.m. EST on Friday. Just a reminder for everybody. Okay. So, let me hide this timer because I don't need the timer. Let me drag. There we go. Alrighty. Okay. Oh, what type of sandwich is it, Noel Maine? What type of sandwich? Oh, yeah, that's not the one I want. And everything is just completing the cycles of setup, conflict, resolution. Fried chicken. There's also lettuce and tomato. You're out of mustard? Oh no, can't have a sandwich without mustard. Okay. All right, so Funlandeon, the story of a clown who saved the world. Introduction. What did I name the clown? Stephen James. Okay, so we introduce our Stephen James. His clown name is Sparky. So we introduce him, show a day of him working at the park. Blah, blah, blah. Ground is shaking with its every step. Okay. Ah. Ah. Hmm. Leaves in. So this is supposed to, okay, here's the thing. When you're doing an outline, you're supposed to do a sentence. I could have done a complete sentence and just said, he dies, saved by Spirit of Light, makes giant mech out of amusement park, rides, and fights monster. But I wanted to have a little bit more detail. Humor me. This is just ridiculous stuff that the little details that having these little details written out helps me when I'm writing the story. So I find having a strong outline is crucial to doing these novel challenges. Yeah. Then the immediate fallout of the battle. Yeah, I know that cycle, Noel, man. I've had so many different ideas. I was going through my folders of ideas earlier. It was really funny. Okay, so we've got the immediate fallout right after the battle. So what we have here, we start with... Oh, that's not the button I wanted. That is not the button I wanted. We start with the introduction, which introduces the ordinary world, which is introduces life as a clown. He works at the fun park. He loves to entertain people, but he doesn't get paid very much. He also doubles as a janitor after hours at the park, picking up trash for extra pay. Single, bit of a loner when he's not in his clown persona, not good at interacting with people. When he isn't putting on a performance. Then you have the inciting incident, which is the whole thing with the monster attacking. He saves the day. He rescues the kid. And gets saved by the spirit of light. Standard Ultraman kind of introduction. Except instead of turning into a giant of light, he pulls together the theme park rides, the fun park rides, and makes Funlandeon. And then we have the immediate reaction of what happens right after the inciting incident, which is he gets back to the park. He sees people are confused. When Funlandeon breaks apart to go back into being the rides, the park is like in perfect condition. It's restored. So much other stuff was destroyed by the battle, but the park is fine. And everybody's kind of freaked out. And everybody heard the giant robot announce itself as Funlandeon. And he sees the kid he rescued that he pushed out of the way. And he's like, this kid must have seen him become the pilot and see him ascend as the spirit of light. So he's like, don't tell anyone. So I want that to be a scene as well. So then we have block 2, which is a problem disrupts the hero's life. In this instance, the problem is going to be he doesn't know what is going on. That's his problem. So, the reaction or the rebel, this is the more long-term fallout. The more long-term fallout of the situation, of the inciting incident, the more long-term fallout would be, yeah, just looks at the kid and is like winks. Shh. Hello. Hello, KM Gilbertson. That's Country Girl, right? Yep. I remember sometimes. I'm outlining my story about a clown piloting a super robot to save the world. That I'm going to try writing into a novel for November. It's definitely interesting. How was your weekend, Country Girl? Oh, did you find anything? Did they find anything, Country Girl? Oh, wow, that's serious, isn't it? Uh, Hey, Violet. Good to see you. I'm working on outlining my story for November. One second. I'll be right back. Oh, you're saying Country Girl, hopefully it won't last too much longer? Okay. Noelle Main says, basically it's a TCG story for a novel. The protagonist is a girl full of energy and positivity, as all is well and fine until she gets involved with a supernatural realm manifest through a TCG. Ooh. Hello, Violet. I'm glad to see you. It's great to see you. I hope your traveling's been good. So we're at the beginning. So, basic plot of the story is there's this guy who's a clown. Oh, geez, that sounds rough, Country Girl. He's a clown working at an amusement park, doing like shows and balloon animals and all that kind of stuff. And oh geez, Country Girl, I hope everything turns out okay for you. Monster starts attacking the town, a giant monster. He main character saves a kid by like pushing a kid out of the way of some falling rubble, but the rubble falls on him and he gets crushed. And then as he's dying, he hears this voice that's like it sees him. It tells him that it sees his heart and his desire to help others. And it asks him, does he want to rest? Or if he's willing to get back up and keep fighting for the people. And he says he wants to fight for the people. He wants to help people. And the voice reveals itself as a spirit of light and chooses him as a champion, reviving him. It pulls together the rides in the park to make Funlandeon, a massive robot that he pilots to fight the monster. And then the rest of the story deals with the fallout as like he's figuring out what's going on, trying to keep his identity a secret, and there's unfolding mystery about why are the monsters attacking. So my style, I don't know if you've seen it yet, Violet, or one of the things I want to be my style is I want to take fantastical and ridiculous and sometimes even silly situations and play them absolutely straight to tell this like intense story in these fantastical situations. Thank you, Violet. What should the spirit of light be called? Could go with Lumos. Might go with Lumos. It's a thing where like it's like my name can't be pronounced with a three-dimensional tongue. But I'll go by whatever you want to call me. And I'm thinking something like, because I can't just call it Spirit of Light, you know? Um Okay. Um. Let's see, what kind of name? I guess I could just go with Lumos for now. I can change the name later. Ooh, that's neat, Noel Main. I need to make a War Thunder joke at some point in that chapter with the whole thing about the supposed leaks. Do you all know the memes about War Thunder? Mm. Ah. hold on. What is it? Mayor or governor? I always get confused. Which one is over a city? Governor oversees a state, mayor oversees a city. Okay. So it's a mayor. Okay. Okay. The main, would you say there, Noel Main? The main idea is that the protagonist is innocent and without much sense of suffering or how the world works. So I'll be putting her through the grinder. Oh, geez, Noel Main. So now I got the hero's life has changed direction. And we get to the, so the pressure is where things start changing direction. He starts to embrace his role as a hero, right? The park reopens, but there are military officers patrolling the park. People are trying to check out the rides, then they're actually trying to enjoy the park because people know these rides formed into Funlandeon. So you have people like looking for like, where does this unhook? Where does this combine? How did this do that, right? And there are more people flocking to the park because they want to know how the park combined into becoming Funlandeon, right? And Steven as Sparky, actually let me put that mark there. Clown name Sparky. What he starts to do in this chapter is he starts to like, actually, I don't know if I want this to go that far. Hold on. Pressure, because I feel like that's skipping too much in one chapter. So that's the pressure, is that the whole thing is like there's this building air of nervousness and worry at the park. The pinch and the plot twist. I could have this be a battle, but I think it'd be interesting if I let it be part of his clown persona, be the hero that's saving people's hearts and not just the giant robot. I think that would be interesting. So the whole thing here is that there should be a pinch, something that causes the change in direction that leads into Act 2, which is where the character is in a whole new world. Like, the new world is what you get into, and Chapter 9 is where you get into the push, where you get pushed from the old world into the new world. So I want this to be the pinch, the place where things get really twisted and the situation starts to change. Ah. Okay. So chapter 8 is going to be kind of like, so chapter 7 builds this pressure, right? Where like the military is patrolling the park, people are like getting into trouble because they're trying to sneak behind the stage and into like some employee only areas to try to find the park secrets. There are people trying to like inspect the roller coasters. They're not even riding the rides because they want to ride the rides. They're riding the rides because they want to figure out how these rides combine to form Funlandeon, right? And there's all this like rising nervousness and worry as people are wondering, when's the next monster going to attack? There's all these theories and things happening and this building pressure. And then you get to chapter 8, which is our pinch or plot twist 1. And Steven is kind of in the middle of this nervousness and worry, right? He keeps getting distracted by all the people asking him about the park, and he's trying to avoid suspicion, and he keeps messing up his shows. He gets pulled into his boss's office one day, and his boss shows him a video recording. It's of the day of the monster attack, and it shows him being crushed and being revived in a burst of light. And he says he hid this from the military because he wanted to protect him. He understands that whatever's going on with the monsters and all of that is really big, but don't forget about the people here. The children need him to make them laugh again. And in the midst of saving the world, don't forget to be a clown. And that's like the big plot twist is that his boss knows. And his boss is like, don't let that get in the way of like helping people. And then the big push. Yeah. Okay. So that's his big push. And then okay. That is the first 9 chapters outlined. 9 is just pushed, something that pushes him into the new world. There's the conversation with Lumos where Lumos says that Lumos wanted someone to protect the hearts of the people and feared their power in the hands of the military would be abused and used to oppress instead of protect. And that Steven needs to hang on to who he is inside during all of this. He goes back and starts working harder and doing better at his shows and getting the kids laughing. And just as things are looking up, another monster attacks. And he has to sneak, he helps people escape, and then he dips around the corner real quick, kind of cliche, and then grabs the necklace, calling upon Lumos's power. And that's where we're going to end chapter 9. And then we go to Act 2, Conflict. Block 4. Let me get this situated. Wee. Okay. 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 Let's get this. Here we go. Okay. Consequence or reaction. Okay. Okay. All right, here we go. The next 3 blocks, Act 2, Conflict. Block 4, Hero explores the new world. So now we need to introduce the new world. So whereas Chapter 1 introduced the old world, now we need to introduce what this new world looks like. So we'll say in this new world, right? We could pick up right where Chapter 9 left off with the fight. I have to do something about the fights to make the fights interesting. I gotta give the monsters, I gotta give the monsters some kind of a trait. Different traits. We'll say the first monster shoots out energy beams. Let me scroll back up here. Then we've got this monster. We'll say this monster. If the previous one was all about range attacks and blasting beams of energy, then we'll say this monster. Ah. A monster when normal size cannot be harmed until it laughs. Oh, I'm not sure if I want to do that far, Nabiru. Yeah, that would be funny. Then we get into, so we have this like new world of the battle, but then after the fight, the park returns to normal like before, and Steven / Sparky, he sneaks back into the group of evacuees that he'd led before, and he starts doing a show of like doing comedy skits or whatever to keep them entertained. And then the people had, and to make it look like he'd been there the whole time. People head back into the park after the battle, amazed that everything's okay. Steven's boss winks at him as he walks by and says, "Thanks for your hard work." Ooh, that's interesting, LeMay. Giving himself away like, oh no, they know I'm not a magic user because I attacked in a non-magical way in a magic duel. Reminds you of that one, what was the one with the bling blang opening with like the guy with the muscle? Who like like ridiculously strong. What was that anime? Like he went to the Wizard Academy and he could like punch spells and stuff. Mashal, yeah. Yeah, the whole thing with Mashal is he pretends to have magic, I think, but he doesn't. And he's trying to win some kind of like... he lives in a world where people who can't use magic are like executed, but he's pretending he has magic in order to like win some magical contest and be acknowledged by God. Yeah, it's a gag anime. Its entire thing is about making fun of a lot of tropes. I wasn't really into it because I'm not a big fan of gag anime. So next we get to, okay, we had chapter 11, which was we had chapter 10, which was the new world where he fights the monster. And then the whole thing where like he's in this new world of fighting and doing his clown work, right? And then 11 is fun and games where he gets to really enjoy the new world. And in this one, the new world isn't so much about the monsters as much as it's about there's people that are actually relying on him to like make their day better. Like before, yeah, he had some people that he would entertain and give, balloons to and stuff in the park, but now he's got people that are like really stressed and scared and nervous, and he is being a light in their day. And he's doing more shows, people are starting to laugh, and then his boss tells him like, hey, we're getting more business. Mayor has endorsed them as a safe place to go. So now he can hire actual janitors so Steven doesn't have to pick up trash. He's excited because he's like, okay, he can just focus on entertaining people. He still doesn't know why the monsters are attacking, but he's confident that he can protect the city. He's won 2 battles so far, right? And then we get to the juxtaposition. This is the part of the story where the character compares what their old life was like to their new life. They're barely scraping by. Okay. So that's the juxtaposition. He fights a monster. So it's his third monster. And this time, instead of evacuating the building, right, all of the people run into the auditorium and hide for shelter, right? Now, the auditorium is where he does his shows. So as soon as the battle's over, he runs out onto stage in the auditorium and he starts doing a comedy show, starts doing a clown show with like jokes and magic tricks, and just goes into a routine, right? And people realize it's safe because the routine has started, right? The rumbling has stopped. The ground has stopped shaking, and they're relieved, they're excited, they're feeling all of these emotions, and they cheer for him. They cheer for everything. And then he takes a moment to reflect on where he is now and how before he was barely scraping by, very few people attended his shows. The park was always a step away from closing down due to limited interest, having to try to do silly deals or specials to try to get people to come in on slow days. Now they're filled every day with more staff than ever and entertaining people every day. But this doesn't last. The hero is going to encounter a crisis in the new world. Notice we're almost halfway through the story, and I haven't introduced the secondary main character. Ah. Uh, Mhm. Mhm. So this is the midpoint where things start to turn. So we have the buildup, right, which is where the crisis starts happening, right? And the mother of the first child he saved finds him, and she asked him, she's like, "Did you find out why the monsters are attacking it?" Because that's what she'd asked him to do. And he says he's working on it, but he doesn't have anything concrete. Because honestly, he's been getting caught up in everything else. And she urges him to figure something out while the park is, because while the park is standing, the city's in shambles and the people can't go on like this. Like, the park repairs itself magically after every monster attack. The city doesn't, right? So, like, it's gotten so bad the government has started handing out vouchers for meals at the park to people in need, because the vendors at the park are the most reliable place to get food, right? Like, people are coming to the park because they just have nowhere else to go. I think I'll actually reference that earlier. That would be quite the plot twist, Nabiru. And so, like, there's the whole thing about, like, the people need food, they need a place to go, and this is just like become the safe place to go. Like people's houses are destroyed, their jobs are wrecked, and I'm going to introduce that like the government is paying the park to keep their doors open, and is like, hey, you're functional, we'll cover your supplies, you just let people in for free. So the people have to keep going to the park. Mm-hmm. What should I call the aliens? I haven't named the aliens yet. But I gotta come up with a name for them. They're an empire that's like, oh, we want to add Earth into our empire, so we're just gonna conquer. Where did you get that name? Aphonegelia. What's that? Oh, people who are unable to laugh. Oh my gosh. That. Nabiru. That is something. Nabiru, that is something. Woo, what if that's like, oh, I can do something with that. Okay. Why did that not? So what if that's part of their lore? Like they're a humorless society. They're a humorless society that like believes in like maximum efficiency. And they consider like humor and laughter to be a waste of time. Ooh, that could be something. They consider humor and laughter and like all of that to be like a waste of time. So they're highly efficient. Oh, I could do something with that. I gotta put that in my notes. Hold on. That was not the button I wanted. Kudarians? What's Kudere? What's a Kudere? I'm not afraid of cringe, Nabiru. Okay. I'm not gonna go with the Kudarians. That's funny. I will go for the Aphonogelias. A humorless society. Good night, Violet. It was great seeing you. I want you to know that I value you and I think that you're a wonderful person. Thank you for coming, Violet. It was great having you. Yeah. That's the thing about like being a writer, you end up with some really weird search histories. Let me save where I'm at right now. Let me save where I'm at right now. So I don't want to lose this. There we go. Cool. Maydare? What are those? What are those, LeMay? Yikes. So it's the enemies to lovers trope. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Okay. Android 18 and Krillin, yeah. Desdemona Rose, thank you for the raid over on Twitch. Welcome everybody. I am Oriansenshi. Some my friends call me Ori or Orion. I am a mech pilot VTuber. I do I do a variety of content. Lately I've been doing a lot of writing content and creative. Welcome in, Mirai. Des the Raid, nice. Welcome in. And lately I've been doing a lot of all right, Desdemona, have a good night. I'll see you around. Have a good one. What were you all doing in Desdemona's raid, in Desdemona's stream? Thank you for the follow, JC Boom on Twitch. Welcome to the Star Hunters, where we shoot through the skies, shoot through the stars, have wonderful adventures, live our dreams, and always stop to enjoy the memes. Welcome aboard. I value each and every one of you. Thank you for coming. I do a lot of storytelling content. I do a lot of writing content, TTRPG content, and playing old RPG games as well. We're just right now tonight I'm working on outlining a novel. Thank you for following, Mirai. Working on a Hero Forge character. Nice. Nice. I'm working on outlining a novel. So I guess quick thing. There is this thing called NaNoWriMo, National Novel Writers Month. That is every November, and it's a challenge in which you're familiar? Okay. Well, there's been a lot of like controversy and stuff going on, so I'm not calling it NaNoWriMo, and I'm not like advertising for them. I'm not really participating in what they're doing because of the stuff, and I'm not submitting anything because of the stuff that's been going on with that. Because I don't support that. But I have found that challenging myself, because I've never actually, like, the last 2 years I've technically done NaNoWriMo, but I haven't submitted anything. I just wrote for myself, right? And that's kind of what I'm doing this year. I'm just writing for myself. I'm writing for myself. I might release it. I might get it published. I might do something with it, right? But I want to see if I can do 50,000 words in 30 days. I have found in the last 2 years of doing this that having a strong outline really, really helps. And the outline method that I use, because I'm more of a plotter, is the 27 chapter method that was released by Katie Tastic years ago on YouTube. And I am working on that. It breaks up a novel, breaks up a story into 3 acts, setup, conflict, resolution, and then each act is broken into 3 blocks, and each block is broken into 3 chapters. And I am outlining it. This story is called Funlandeon. It is a kind of a fantasy story. Basically, monsters, these giant kaiju-like monsters, start attacking this city, start falling from the sky and attacking the city. And this guy gets chosen by this spirit of light to defend his world. And he is, in his everyday life, a clown. He works as a clown at an amusement park. And what the spirit of light gives him the power to do is to combine machines into making a mech that he can use to fight the monsters. And he combines the amusement park rides into making a giant robot that he fights the monsters with. And then, so the story is about, as he's going through this, trying to balance all of this, his life of trying to entertain people, trying to be there for people, and trying to, like, care about the people is his thing. Because he is a clown. So, I find, so normally for these outlines, I just need like a sentence, but as you can see, I write more than a sentence for these. Sometimes I'll write out entire scenes because it gives me an idea. I may not do exactly that when I get there, but like having it written out gives me some mental vision, so that way when I go back, when I get to it, I can read it and know what I envisioned for that. And I find knowing what I'm going to write every day really helps me stay on task. But welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, everybody. Goldfish over on YouTube says you're locking in this November, going to get your novella done. Nice. Yep. Okay, let's get to it. So this is, I'm outlining chapter 14, the midpoint, and this is where things reach this turning point. Up until now, he hasn't known what's going on. He gets awoken in the middle of the night by this guy with 3 eyes wearing a glowing robe. Nice, Mirai. Is it Mirai or Mirai? How should I pronounce that? One Mir, second one, Mir EI. Okay. Okay. So I'm outlining the midpoint. He's been fighting these monsters, trying to deal with balancing life and keeping his identity a secret. But he doesn't know why the monsters are attacking. He's been researching, because he's not a secret agent, he's a clown, right? So he can't, like, sneak around and break into a military facility to find out what's really going on, right? So how is he going to research? He's going to head to the internet. And he has all these theories that he's going through, right? And then in chapter 14, he gets an answer. In the middle of the night, he gets awoken by this crashing sound in his kitchen, sees his dish drainers knocked over, strange man with 3 eyes and a glowing robe in the middle of his kitchen. When he talks to the guy tells him that his name is Noble. And he's a representative of the Aphonogelias. They're the ones sending the monsters. They're a proud empire that spans the galaxy, and they want to add Earth to their empire. They believe in maximum efficiency and believe it'd be faster to conquer Earth than negotiate with all the different nations and ideals of the planet. But someone, a saboteur, stole one of their ships and gave it to the humans. They don't know where it is, but they know it's somewhere nearby. And then he explains the whole thing about levels. In intergalactic warfare, there are rules and levels. And sending the monsters is a level 1 conflict. And you need permission from the council in order to escalate from a level 1 to a level 2 conflict. And if humanity reverse engineers their ship and starts deploying those things, the threats of a level 2 conflict, they're going to have to escalate the conflict. And they're worried that Earth won't be left to conquer if it escalates to a level 2 conflict. Okay. So that was the midpoint with that conversation with Noble, where Noble's like, okay, you have to understand, we're trying to conquer Earth, and if we conquer Earth, it'll be better life for all the people on Earth, yada yada, standard empirical thinking, right? Standard imperialist thinking. And they're like, but there are levels and there are rules that we need to adhere to, right? And sending down the giant monsters is a level 1 conflict. Using ships and guns and bombs is a level 2 conflict. Some saboteur stole a ship, gave it to humanity. If humanity reverse engineers it, then it could escalate to a level 2 conflict. It's going to take them time to get permission to escalate to a level 2 conflict. And they're worried that there just won't be enough left of Earth to conquer if it goes to a level 2 conflict. So they're like, if you care about your humanity, you care about your people, just let us win. Let us destroy this ship so humanity can't fight back, and let us conquer Earth. It'll be better for everybody. And he's like, well, okay. If I back off and let you, can you do that without hurting and killing anyone? And they're like, no, of course not. And he's like, well, then that's a problem. And just scoffs and leaves in the darkness. So then the next thing in 15 is the reversal. This is where the situation changes. It is now getting flipped around on the main character. Because we had the build-up, we have the conflict, and then now the situation has changed. Right? What do I want this monster to be? Probably... We've done a mole, done a shark. Did one that just shot energy beams. Could do a turtle. Mm-hmm. All right. Goldfish, I think so. So, goldfish, what I'm planning to do next month, I'm gonna be writing every day because you have to for NaNoWriMo. But I'm planning to do primarily writing streams. I might have like something in the middle of the month, do something just like to unwind or something. And I might even have some special streams on like different days than normal of just me doing more writing stuff. We'll see how it comes together, honestly. But it'll be something. Yup, it's a challenge, right? Okay. Okay. Block 6. Hero dedicates himself to finding a solution. So we have the reaction or consequence of the midpoint, the more long-term reaction. And then we have in 17, you have the trials or the action where the main character starts actually putting into action what they've learned or what they felt. And then the dedication in which they look at the situation and they're like, I am dedicating myself to making this better and fixing this problem. Oh. Okay. We're running late tonight, but I want to outline this whole thing. Okay. Okay. Ah. Okay. There's a conversation in chapter 17 where Connors pulls him aside and talks to him about the question where Steve had turned it around on him in chapter 16 and said, if I was the pilot of Funlandeon, what would you ask me? What would you say to me? And he's shaken because of the question, because of the things he doesn't want to admit that he wants to say. And like, there are these things that Connors is supposed to say, like, who are you? How did you get these powers? How are you doing this? What are your objectives? But then there's the questions that Connors wants to ask, right? Where Connors wants to ask about, like, well, do you feel the same pressure, or do you feel the same, like, feeling of unworthiness, right? This feeling overwhelmed and overloaded with this feeling of being the person tasked with defending the earth. And he wants to know if this is a normal thing for being in this kind of a situation, or if this is just saying that there's something wrong with him. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so then we get to chapter 18, the dedication. Over the next few weeks, Connors and Steve Sparky get to know each other and talk more. He realizes that Connors is just a guy who wants to help people, just like he does. But Connors believes he can do that through the military. And through these conversations, Steve accepts that humanity will never give up the power of EDV-1 now that they have it. And all he can do is buckle in for things to escalate. He wonders if he'll see the mother of that child he saved again, the one who'd been like, hey, you need to figure out what's going on. Hey, you need to figure out what's going on. Hey, you need to figure out what's going on so you can stop it, right? He doesn't see her, but he promises himself that he's going to find a way to stop all of this. And that's the end of Act 2. It is after midnight. Let's outline Act 3 real quick. Okay. Okay. Alrighty. And boom. Okay. Oh, whoops. Would help if I put chapter 21. Okay. Now to outline Act 3, chat. All right. So, the calm before the storm. Before things get escalating. This is going to be more scenes at the amusement park, meeting other people, scenes with the boss. Hello, your girl True. Welcome back. Welcome back. I'm currently on chat on Act 3 of the outline. Welcome in over there on the YouTubes. I'm streaming on both YouTube and Twitch. If any of you wonder why I'm reacting to someone you can't see. Then we get to the plot twist. Stuff changes and it gets to the darkest moment. So we've got, so what I want to happen here is to be a thing where there's monsters and the ships appear. And the ships are raining like orbital bombardments down while he's like fighting. And Connor's and it looks like all hope is lost because it's like Funlandeon can't fly. What is this about? This, I'm outlining a novel that I want to write for November. The basic gist of it is these aliens start sending out these monsters to attack Earth, and this guy gets chosen by a spirit of light to be a champion and defend Earth, and he gains the power to like combine machines to make this giant robot that he can use to fight the monsters. That guy who gets chosen happens to be a clown working at an amusement at a fun park, at an amusement park, and he uses the rides from the amusement park to make the giant robot that he uses to fight the monsters, and the giant robot is called Funlandeon. And it's about him going through this experience of trying to like save the world, and this unfolding mystery of like, why are the monsters attacking? What do the aliens want? And all of that stuff. And then after he finds out, it's like, what do I do about it? I'm outlining, if you look in the description, it should have a link to the Katie-tastic video that explains the 27 chapter method, which is what I'm using for this outline. It has helped me a lot with doing these projects. And it's flexible enough that you can fit it to a lot of different story types. And I think it really helps. And it really sets up for that whole escalating stakes that you want to see in a novel. Thank you. So now this should be the plot twist. The big, because things get to a pinch right before things start getting real bad, where it looks like things are going to get real bad. No, I don't like this. I want to change how I'm doing this chapter. Um... What's my goal with it? You're a true girl? Well, I want to complete... So the challenge for November, just a quick rundown. There was this thing called NaNoWriMo that I've done the last 2 years, which is a challenge to write a full 50,000 word novel in November. I'm not calling it NaNoWriMo this year. I'm not submitting anything. I didn't submit anything the last 2 years either, but I'm not like really participating in NaNoWriMo because the organization itself has like done some like really questionable things recently. And I don't know, I might get it, I might put it together, I might sell it. I don't know. I haven't really gotten that far. If I finish it, if I manage to get the entire thing written before the end of November, because the thing is, right, getting someone to edit a 50,000 word novel is expensive. And the process of editing an entire novel is exhausting. So, and I want to edit it before I just release it, you know? So it just is what it is, you know? Darkest moment. Yeah. Ah. Hmm. Ah. I don't know if I like this. I think I'm gonna rewrite this. Hold on. I think I'm gonna rewrite this. Okay, so this is the darkest moment, right? So the pinch and the twist was that they showed up and they're like, "This is your last chance to work with us," and he's like, so chapter 20 was when it's like, "This is your last chance to work with us," and he's like, "Listen, I can't do that, but you need to realize." This battle, if it escalates, you're going to get nothing out of it. You're going to spend all these resources, and Earth isn't even going to be worth it to you when this is over, right? You should just leave. You've already lost enough resources on this battle, right? So he's trying to negotiate with them. He's desperately trying to say, listen, this isn't worth it. But Noble doesn't listen and just leaves. And then the next day, the Gileas ship appears over the city, starts broadcasting on all frequencies and announcing that they're here to save humanity from themselves. Human has weapons and technology beyond their technological understanding and are at risk of destroying themselves. The monsters are their agents that they've sent down to recover the dangerous WMDs, but Funlandeon has been stopping them. Right. So this is where they're trying to turn the people on Funlandeon. Humanity's greedy and corrupt leaders want to abuse this power to oppress people, and they, the good Aphanogelius, seek only to liberate the people from this destructive ideology. They refuse to negotiate with anyone and demand that humanity turn over the stolen ship, EDV-1, and everything made with it in 24 hours, so they'll launch an all-out assault. Yeah. They want to say, I won, because they're prideful people. So the I gotta get used to saying the word, Aphanogelios, are this intergalactic, empire that, seeks maximum efficiency, and they seek to, like, maximize productivity. And, they consider using force to achieve their goals to be the most effective way to do it a lot of times. And they want to conquer Earth, but a saboteur stole one of their ships and gave it to Earth, and they know that Earth is working on reverse engineering it, which is what causes the whole conflict. Well, the conflict was going to happen anyway, because they were going to invade and take over the Earth. And they explain that they've got these complicated rules that people have to follow in order to conduct warfare, right? And it's kind of supposed to be a bit of a parody of these things we try to do to tell ourselves that we're doing a civilized war, right? And the ridiculous expectations we put on people to be able to defend themselves. And so they have these rules, like, for level 1 conflict, you can only use organic, engineered organisms, like creatures. So they send the monsters, right? And a level 2 conflict involves ships and guns and bombs and all of that stuff, right? And the ship that was stolen and given to humanity has the technology to compete at a level 2 conflict with guns and lasers and all kinds of weapons, right? And so humanity uses that ship to make EDV-1, which is what Connors, the secondary main character, pilots. And EDV-1 is able to help Funlandeon fight. Now, the thing is that Funlandeon, the main character's machine, is made with the power of one of the spirits of light. And this is one of those things where, like, the rules don't always apply, right? And the spirits of light, because they keep to themselves and are like higher elevated beings, are outside of the purview of the Intergalactic Council and aren't really governed or restricted by intergalactic law. They can go where they want, choose their champions what they want, support what causes they want. So the Spirit of Light, who takes the name Lumos, is helping Steve to defend Earth. And it becomes this thing where in the darkest moment, the Aphanogelias are trying to convince the people that that Funlandeon has only been helping the government, and that that the government really has these dangerous WMDs and it's going to use those to hurt people. And but the thing is that the government does have these weapons, and what they will use them for in the future, who knows? But in the moment, they're being used to defend the Earth. Because if humanity did not have the ship and did not have EDV-1 and the Spirit of Light had not chosen Steve, Earth would have been conquered already. So, it kind of becomes a circular thing. They are blaming the Earth government for resisting too hard. Mm-hmm. Aphanogelias. Okay. So then we get to block 8. The hero finds power and takes action. So this is going to be power within, action or rally, and converge. So for these chapters, Power Within, main character has to, in this darkest hour, find the power to keep going, right? Chapter 23 is when they start to rally others behind their cause to really get ready to do this, and Converge is where the plot lines start to come together. The stuff from the midpoint and the stuff from the plot twists all start to come together into this big moment, and then you get into block 9 where the final battle happens. So Power Within, I'm going to say 7 days instead of 24 hours. That gives more room for stuff to happen. That gives more room for it to like stew. All right, your girl True, good to see you. It was great meeting you. I want you to know that you are a wonderful person and you are always welcome here. Have a good one. Hello, Nevermore. Good to see you. It's good to see you. Yeah, it has been a while. I want to finish this, Nevermore. I am outlining my project that I want to do for November. Novel November. I'm not calling it NaNoWriMo because I don't want to be associated with that organization. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah. Oh, what are you going to do after you get out of your contract, Nevermore? Finish that novel? Nice. Just in time. Yeah, something like that. Oh, geez. Were you okay? Oh, okay. Well, did you at least get, like, the insurance information? Good. Oh, that's good. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Bono Gelios. Yeah, sounds like it. Oh, okay. Aww. Aww. Okay, so now we have the converge chapter, where these plot lines converge. We look at what happened in the midpoint, we look at what happened in the plot twist, and then we start leading into each other, right? So let's look at what happened in the first plot twist. Yeah, this method I use is called the 27 chapter method. It was developed by Katie Tastic. I don't know her actual name, but she's an author and she put it up on YouTube. I have a link to it in my YouTube description. And it breaks up a story into 3 acts. Each act is broken up into 3 blocks, and each block is broken up into 3 chapters. And each one follows a series of setup, conflict resolution with ever increasing stakes. So, plot twist here. First plot twist was that his boss knows and is keeping it a secret from the military. Midpoint is the whole thing about why they're attacking. And the visit from Noble. The first visit from Noble. Right? And all of that. Then we get to the second plot twist, which was another visit from Noble. Which is where they're just trying to get him to cooperate. So we're going to go with having these things converge in having this time Noble doesn't go to Steve's house. This time Noble appears to Steve's boss. Ooh. What if Steve's boss was the saboteur that stole the ship? Ooh, that could be cool. Aphonogelion. Aphonogelios. Yeah, instead of the G, instead of the G, the G sound fits better there. Aphonogelion. Yeah, Aphonogelios. Yeah, I like that. Yeah. Busy Raven, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Star Hunters, where we shoot through the stars, have wonderful adventures, live our dreams, and always stop to enjoy the memes. It is great to have you. Welcome aboard, and I hope you're having yourself a wonderful night. Right as the ad break kicks in, of course. Right as the ad break kicks in. How are you doing tonight, Busy Raven? Funlandeon. Funlandeons. Funlandeon. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so this is where it becomes a whole thing where stuff starts to converge. Steve gets called to his boss's office. When he gets there, he sees Noble, the alien that's been like bugging him, talking to his boss. He's worried, but neither of them seem to be holding any weapons. Noble says he's trying to get Steve's boss to talk some sense into Steve. And he's like, he's trying to get Steve's boss to make Steve work with him, right? Steve's like, leave him out of this, doesn't concern him. Noble's like, well, this concerns all of humanity. Steve's boss speaks up and says he asked Steve to be here like Noble asked for, but he wasn't going to convince him of anything. Noble's third eye glows and he's like, yes, you will. Steve's boss doesn't flinch. Noble's confused. He says his mental power should work on any normal human. Steve's boss laughs, saying he isn't a normal human. Forehead opens up to reveal a third eye, and he announces himself to be a secret Funlandeon. He's been working with the resistance group for years, and he was the one who stole the ship and gave it to the humans. Noble scoffs frustratedly, just disappears. After he leaves, Steve's boss's forehead closes back up, and he says he'll explain everything later, but what Steve needs to remember is that he shouldn't stop making people laugh. Laughter and joy is the one thing that humanity has that the Funlandeons don't have. So now we are at the last block, block 9. Hero fights and wins, resolving the quest. Hello, Vista Del Rey. I'm honestly winding down. I'm outlining my project. I'm working on writing a novel for November. In a legally distinct NaNoWriMo. Oh, somebody did something. Hydrate. All right, I'll go get some water. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get some water then. All right, I'm back. I'm gonna drink some water. Oh, you're just dropping by to say what's up? Hey. Glad to have you. Welcome in. I don't know how long you'll be here, but it's good to have you, Vista. I got my water for the hydrate. Two new additions? Oh, okay. Cool. Okay, cool. Oh, you sent? Okay. Oh, this is some cool stuff. I can't look through all of it right now, but oh, more stuff with the mortal gods. Cool, 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 cool. Neat. Neat, 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 neat. Okay. Hello, oh, just me, Mel. Oh, just Mel. Good to see you. I am winding down. We are almost done. So, what I'm working on today. Hey, I'll take a look at it when I get a chance. Vista Del Rey. I just want to really want to finish this tonight. Oh, there's another eye there. Okay. Yeah. You're in the same boat, Mel? Oh, okay. Just finished with Act 1. Oh, goodness. That's a lot. That's a lot to get to work through. It takes a lot to power through. Okay, so this is the final block, okay? So this is going to be a big battle scene. All of this is going to be a big battle. Chapter 25 is going to be the dawn of the 7th day. They were told they had till 7 days to turn over EDV1 or else the Aphonogelians were going to attack. And so they launched this full-out attack, sending waves and waves of giant monsters. And so EDV1 and Funlandeon are fighting the Aphonogelians, the Aphonogelian monsters, and trying to keep the fight outside the city, right? Trying to keep the fight from getting to where the people are sheltering, right? And it looks like they're starting to make some progress. They can start seeing the end of the waves of enemies, right? Then all of a sudden, it starts raining lasers and missiles. Then you go into chapter 26, the climax. Connors says, the enemy ships have finally fully materialized in orbit so they can be hurt now. EDV-1 can fly, so he can go up and attack them, but Funlandeon needs to hold off the monsters to keep them from getting to the city. Steve Sparky says, sure, go for it. EDV-1 flies into the air, leaving Funlandeon to fight a desperate battle. It's long. I say desperate like 4 times in this. But I hopefully won't say it so much when I actually write it out. The only help is that eventually it stops raining lasers and missiles. He does everything he can to keep the monsters from getting to the city, but he does end up tearing up a mountain range, and he finally defeats the last monster. And as he's making his way back to the fun park, he hears cheering. And he looks up and he sees EDV-1 coming down to land. It extends a massive hand towards Funlandeon. Now, I had to do this. This is a trope in like so many super robot shows where like the super robots will like hold hands and a volcano will like they'll shake hands and a big manly handshake and a volcano will explode, right? Of just like epic manly brotherhood, right? That's just a big trope of super robot shows. Connor's going to say something like, I destroyed some of them. The others fled, but they'll be back. We're going to need to work together to defend this world. Can you please tell me your name? And Sparky decides it's time. He has Funlandeon take EDV-1's hand in a massive handshake, and you can still hear the people cheering for them, glad to be alive. He winks at Connors before honking his nose and disappearing in a burst of light. Some kind of thing about, I'm Sparky the Clown, I defend your smiles. And I don't know how long the last chapter is going to be, but I want that to be like maybe a short chapter where it's just like this moment of this interaction, this emotion, getting into people's heads, talking about what he's feeling. And really delving into what he's feeling in that moment. And then disappearing in a burst of light. Nobody knows what happens. And then that's just, I think that might be some kind of thing for like that being my final chapter. You probably try that plotting. I definitely recommend it. I've done NaNoWriMo for 2 years in a row. And having a strong outline is the only reason I got as far as I did. I completed a novel on both of them. I just have the editing is where I get tripped up. Trying to edit a full novel is hard. I'm a plotter. I'll be honest, Nevermore. I'm a plotter. All right. I'll work on the ending. Hey, listen. Being a pantser is just as valid as being a plotter. That's one of the things that I learned with getting involved with the writing community online, is that this whole concept that like pantsers are just as valid and capable as plotters are. And that's cool. It's just not for me. So I'm a plotter, not a pantser. You started with short stories? Yeah, it's really cool to like make that jump from short stories to something bigger where you can really sink your teeth into the characters. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the idea here, I got 27 chapters. Um, if each chapter is around 2,000 words, that's 54,000 words. That gives me some leeway for some of the chapters to be a little bit shorter. Some of the chapters might end up being a little bit longer. But it gives me some space to work with. Let's switch over to the just chatting screen. Mm-hmm. Autogellions. Yeah. All right. Ooh. We're coming up on 6 hours, chat. Holy cow. I'm going to be exhausted tomorrow. I'm going to be so exhausted tomorrow, chat. What a night. What a night. Do I have anything on the schedule for tomorrow? No, I don't. Nope. Tomorrow. Oh, tomorrow's an off day. Cool. I'm not doing anything tomorrow. Nice. Ah. Ooh. How about everybody else? What did everybody else get done for stream today? Okay. Oh, you can't write when you're on contract? Oh, that's rough. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, I get that. All right. All right. Let's wind down for the night. Uh, well, what a long one. I'm probably going to be in bed all day tomorrow. Chat, I'm cooked. I'm cooked, chat. It is rough. I can definitely understand that. All right. Let's wind down for the night. Uh, okay. Thank you all for coming and putting up with my shenanigans and seeing how I outline a novel. It's gonna be interesting doing the streams. Yeah, great having you. Uh, all right. All right, let's do the outro. I'm getting distracted. I wanted to see if there's anything cool trending on the interwebs, but not really. Saw someone say something about "in God we trust, everybody else needs 2 forms of photo ID." That's a funny one. Okay. All right. So, for those of you who don't know, I like to shout out the people who were active in chat tonight, and want to thank everybody for coming. So let me scroll up in chat. All right. So tonight we had Noel Main, Nabiru, Jesus, LeMay, Goldfish, let me see. It doesn't go all the way up to everybody who was here tonight. Francois did a raid. We had a raid from Francois on the Twitch side. We had Country Girl here. Violet was here. There was LeMay. We also had a raid from Desdemona Rose over on the Twitch side. And then Mirai was also here. And JC Boom. Was here over on the Twitch side. It was great to have all of you here. Your girl True was here for a bit. And Nevermore. And Vista Del Rey. Oh, just Mel. Yeah, had a number of people. It was really nice having everybody here. It was really nice having everybody here. And I hope you all got to see how I outline novels. And I hope this was helpful for all of you. For any projects you might have and any things you might be trying to outline yourselves. I always recommend the Katie-tastic 27 chapter outline. It is quite helpful. And and all that stuff. So I appreciate all of you. So for those of you who don't know, I like to say positive affirmations about my viewers at the end of stream. So I will say that I love all of you and I believe in each and every one of you. And even if you weren't active in stream or if you just watch the VOD afterwards, I appreciate your existence and I appreciate your participation. I believe that you are valuable, worthy of love, deserving of happiness and good things. You matter, and this world is a better place for having you in it. Always remember that you are valuable, worthy of love, deserving of happiness and good things. I want you to know that you are precious treasures of human beings. And thank you all for coming and giving me your time, your energy, and your attention. If you're watching on YouTube, I ask that you like the stream. It helps the algorithm with getting it out to more people. It helps with getting more views on my content, helping the channel grow, and getting more eyeballs on what I'm doing. And I always love seeing growth and having new people joining the community. So if you're watching on YouTube, please be sure to like the stream. As a heads up, on Friday, my stream will be starting at 9:30 EST, because Friday is going to be the first Friday of November and first Friday of the month. I do a collab raft stream with Hero Girls, and that's going to be on Hero Girls channel starting at 6 p.m. EST, going from 6 to 9 p.m. EST. So just a heads up about that. And I look forward to seeing all of you there as I play more Fishing Gacha. I hope you all show up and support Hero Girls. So that'll be great. And if you want to keep up with what I'm doing, you can subscribe on YouTube and ding the notification bell. You can follow me on Twitch, or subscribe on Twitch if you want. You can follow me on Blue Sky Social, Twitter or X. You can like my Facebook. You can join my Discord. Links to all of those are in the description down below on YouTube and the About page on Twitch. One last thing. Well, not one last thing. Two things. First, if you have any friends or anyone you think might enjoy my content, please feel free to show them my content and invite them to the next stream. Like I said, Friday, it's going to be Friday, 9:30 p.m. EST. And if you want to show up for the Hero Girl stream, I'll post a link to that on my Discord. For that stream, going to be starting at 6 p.m. EST. And so that'll be interesting. And last thing, you do not have to give money to be here. You're not expected to pay to be welcome here. I value your time, your attention, and your energy. I value having you as a member of this community. With that said, I do appreciate the people who donate to help make things possible for me that wouldn't be possible any other way. Honestly, with the way my situation is, I may get to the point where I will need mutual aid and need to start asking for money on a regular basis from people just to survive. It might get a little bit hairy, but I appreciate the people who help me. And if you ever feel motivated to donate to help me out with any number of things, and it is financially safe and responsible for you to do so, there are links where you can do so down in the description below and the donate button on YouTube. There's a PayPal link where you can do a one-time donation on YouTube, and a Ko-fi link where you can do either a one-time donation or a monthly donation. One note, the monthly donations have no real rewards for them right now. It's just if you're saying there's some tangible way that you want to say you appreciate my content, then you can do that. And the donate button on Twitch takes you to Ko-fi, where you can again do a one-time donation or a monthly donation. Thank you all for coming. I appreciate each and every one of you. And have a great night, everybody. I think I need to find some. That's not the button I wanted. I think I need to find somebody to go raid, because I actually have people watching on Twitch this time. Who should we raid? Let me see. How many people do we have on Twitch? We got 3 people on Twitch. Oh my gosh. Let's see. Who are we raiding? Who's live? Who's live? Who's live? Raid Banicula. I haven't raided Banicula in a while. Yeah, we'll raid Banicula. Doing some Minecraft. Alright. Okay, where's the button? Raid. Oop. Alrighty. Have a good night, everybody.